차를 우렸으니 이제 조금 쉴 수 있겠어. 리니 오빠가 또 이상한 말을 하는 모양이네. 안심할 수 없다니까. 대기 모드 진입. 아무도 방해하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 비 오는 날은 멍하니 있기 좋아. 벌써 하늘이 개었어. 아쉽네. 귀가 아파. 춥다. 널 모자 안에 숨겨줄게. 마술을 설명해주면 공연을 관람하는 재미가 없듯이. 공연할 때 난 오빠의 조수를 담당해. 말도 표정도 없어서 마술 인형인 줄 아는 사람도 있지만 이런 오해로 불필요한 교류를 피할 수 있는 건 좋아.
Why, hello. Hello, Astral. Also, is it Hosiuni? I am so sorry. I probably butchered your username. I'm so sorry. Hello, Kiryu. This is my first time watching your stream. I'm you do know! Oh my gosh. Okay. Hello, hello. How are you? Also, Astral, it's completely okay. I understand that it's not going to be immediate. The Archon quests are lengthy, so I wouldn't want you to spoil yourself. My username is a Polish word for kitties. That's why it's hard to pronounce. Oh, I see. I know I don't even want to say very little. I know nothing about the Polish language, so I'm so sorry for that terrible, like, butchering of your username. I am so, so sorry. But I hope that both of you are doing well. Currently, I've just been doing, like, testing some things with my audio settings, so I just want to make sure that everything is okay. Because yesterday the stream audio was a bit quiet, I think specifically for, like, the dialogue, so I wanted to raise it just a bit, so everyone can hear. But if it's also a bit unbalanced or too loud, definitely let me know. I want to play Fontaine so badly, but my finals are keeping me up. Your finals are much more important than Genshin Impact. This game will always be here. Always with an asterisk. So definitely don't rush yourself by any means necessary. But I was going to just go through my commissions that are still in Sumeru, and then once I finish with them, continue on with the Archon quest. Just finished doing the On and Wonderland World Quest in Fontaine. God, it was so long and confusing. Goodness. I've been hearing different things about the World Quest. Obviously, nothing that's like a spoiler. But now I'm very curious because once I finish the Fontaine quest, I'll be doing the World Quest. So I'm looking forward to it. Also, this is an unofficial team. I've just kind of wanted to test Lynette. Goodness. I kind of wish I had Linny. I do like his like character like animations, but I love Lynette with my whole heart. And on the topic of Lynette, let's see. I currently have Skyward Blade on her. I made one of the crafted Fontaine weapons, and I love how it looks. I'll test it out more with her when it's leveled up more, but I love her. I love her so much. Hello, Draco. Welcome. Sure, Linny's great, but Neuvillette is in 6+1. I am not thinking about Neuvillette. Oh my.
마술쇼 시작.
See.
여기 있어.
Let's see.
탄재의 이름으로. 이쪽을 봐. 물러서 화염을 삼키는 볼.
I forgot how much fun swirl teams can be.
잔재주일 뿐이야.
Okay. Well, that was really cute. Mind you, these characters are not even above 80. I think it's like, yeah, Xingqiu is still 70. At some point, I'll take him to 80. Yanfei is 70. I better head out, have fun. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Astral. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Let's see. You should. Neuvillette is something else. I'm saving for him. I have many thoughts about Neuvillette. I was like reviewing the stream I did yesterday, and I am so embarrassed at myself at the reaction I had to seeing that character. I feel so ashamed. But we shall see, because I will be saving for Furina as I am an Archon collector. But I know Fontaine will have multiple characters that I really want to be, that I would like to get. So therefore, I definitely want to save for a character I won't regret. His English voice is doing something to me. I haven't even heard his English voice. Goodness. So I played the quest in... the game for me is currently in Korean. I usually have it in Korean. But... now that means I'm going to listen to every single character's, like, voice. You know, so... I will definitely do that before I start doing the Archon quest. I think most people... Actually, I shouldn't even say most people. A lot of streamers that I have noticed usually play the game in Japanese. So it's really interesting for me to hear other languages outside of Japanese. And And also, maybe it's because of that, I rarely hear the English, except for like the special programs. Like, it's so interesting hearing the different characters in their, like, in related languages, which I just love languages in general. Because, like, one of my all-time favorite characters in just anything is Zhongli. His voice in English is my favorite. Absolute favorite. But I also don't mind his voice in, like, other languages, too. And then I'll hate them. I don't even remember what his voice sounded like. Oh, now I remember. Mimi Zozo, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Oops. Hello, come on. Oh, this is... I have to help you find bait. Zhongli's Chinese voices. But then again, that's not saying much coming from me because I think like every language is beautiful and everyone sounds amazing. So... Here you go, sir. I literally always hit F whenever I'm running around collecting things. Like, I really just switch languages. Like, usually I keep the same. Like, for instance, Dainslift's voice has my heart because, one, Kenjiro Tsuda, but then also Yuri Lowenthal does a fantastic job. So, again, goodness. I think for the next part of the Archon quest, then I'll see how the characters are in English. Then let's see. Where is the next commission? Please don't be somewhere that's going to be difficult to get to. Sometimes there are commissions that are, oh wait, no, I finished them. Sometimes there are commissions that are like up here or up here that are kind of a slog to get through. Also, this menu screen is going to be so ridiculous in like 2 years. There's gonna be so many places to go. And to those who 100% them all, goodness. I need to go to the... Hello, Elo. How are you doing? They're gonna have to rework it. I feel like they're gonna have to rework a few things, assuming they do, that is. Okay. I accidentally caps lock. So I'm going to listen to the Archon quest in English because it is time, TM. The most annoying ones are those that are far away from the waypoints. Goodness. Okay, so there are some commissions like that I've just not done because I'm like, I just don't have the energy to try and get to you today. I don't. I hope you can understand.
Over here.
Ooh. Actually, hold on. I'll just wait for the Archon quest. We're literally going to talk to them. Also, I will be taking some time to decode this. Because I still think it's so... I love this repeating phrase. Like...
There is nothing new under the sun. Is that really true?
Like... we've seen this quote multiple times. It's so nice. Okay. So this is kind of silly. I ended the stream yesterday right before it said like leave the opera house. So this looks kind of silly of me entering it only to leave it again.
Hey there.
with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
I like her. I love her design. I'm I'm so I love her design.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking into a serial disappearance case. I see, I completely empathize with the traveler. And I empathize with them here because it's like the traveler is pulled into so many different things, so many scenarios that obviously would overwhelm one person. The traveler, as cold as it may seem, they are on their mission to speak to their journey, I should say. I don't want to say mission, but like they're on a journey to speak to all of the archons, to discover why their sibling is aligning with the abyss, doing the things that they do, and potentially being able to return home, quote unquote home, wherever that is, or their new home since their previous world was destroyed. So here I feel really bad because I feel like the traveler wants to help, but they're also like they just came to Fontaine and there's some they had well, they offered their services to assist Linny to be Linny and Lynette to be their defense attorney. Then were lied to. So obviously have that distrust, that natural caution. And then it's like, well, hey, traveler, aren't you going to help with this too? Which is obviously, I think there could be like a moral debate there. But all I'm saying is like, I really do empathize with the traveler just being like, I just want to do one thing at a time.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Hello, Gartom. How are you?
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me.
So I'm actually still on the first part of the quest. Like this hasn't ended for me yet. I ended right after you defend Linny, and then you are just here now speaking with Navia because you're about to leave the opera house. So I don't even think I've completed the first part yet.
Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
I'm good. Glad to finally chat a stream of yours. Are you enjoying the Archon quest? I am having a blast. I'm very, very happy. I got to have a little bit of Ace Attorney. I was such an anxious mess during that entire time, but I feel so like I genuinely was at the edge of my seat because I was being entertained, even though it's like trials should not be entertainment. But I was also just in that kind of this is very operatic. This is very it was really good. Like I really liked where I was. So I am going to slowly go like about the rest of the quest. Um I do take a little bit of time going through the Archon quest because I tend to make commentary or otherwise. So but I really look forward to the rest of it.
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
That is true. Like Fontaine trials are supposed to be entertaining, but there's that part of me that's like, this shouldn't be like entertainment. Someone's life is on the line, kind of situation. But that being said, I still really enjoy I really enjoy how the voice acting, the camera angles, the music, so good. I'm rambling, but I really love this quest.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Okay, well, that was the end of the first. That was the end of part 1. Well then, so now that that's done, I will be starting part 2. I actually thought it was going to be longer. Excuse me. Hotel de Boer, if I recall correctly, while I was exploring, I think this was the same hotel. We spoke to a Melusine, and she was recounting how, like, the Fiorina's room and then, like, Novelette also stays there? Question mark? I could be misremembering, but it was such a strange exchange. Also, hello, Celeste. How are you today? I hope you are faring well, and I also hope that if you have completed the Archon quest, that you had a really good time. Was this the hotel? I think this could be a completely different one, though.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Done with the Archon quest already? My mind has a lot of questions. See, after every single Archon quest, I have so many questions that will remain unanswered, or it will cause me to retroactively just, like, not retroactively, but I have to review previous theories or unended, certain topics of interest that I couldn't really expand upon. So I'm very excited. Also, this music. Jazz, my heart.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
That we did, and it was a pleasure working with you, Navia.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Coral Yuzu, hello! How are you doing? I hope you're having a good evening so far, or time of day.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
It's afternoon for me. I'm doing good. How are you? I am very excited. I didn't realize that the end of part one was literally just right outside the door, and now we're starting part two. I'm very excited to see where it'll go. Also, hello, Purple. How are you today?
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists.
Oh, I'm so happy you got Linny. Congratulations.
All-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Doing good. Card game stuff. Well, thank you for the lurk. I hope you have fun with your card games. We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Like, do I have to pencil in to speak to the
Would
Archon?
you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Oh my.
Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
That's quite the method.
Something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
That is also an incredibly colorful way of trying to get information from the Hydro Archon. The English pronunciation of Neuvillette name is so weird because it keeps saying Neuvillette. Like, so I pronounce his name just as Neuvillette, but I'm sure I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But I'm curious to see if they say his name again and I hear it in English.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
And also, to be fair, when I saw his name for the first time, I was like, how is this going to work? Am I going to be saying like, because whenever I say two L's together, I wouldn't pronounce it like an, well, I guess depending on the language, like an I or a Y, so like E. So I was like, it can't be Nuviette. That doesn't make sense. So I'm like, I'm just gonna be butchering every character's name. Apologies.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could. Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
Well, and that's the thing, because two L's is pronounced like a Y. So like because I say guillotine, but a lot of people I know just say guillotine. So like when I looked at like Novelette's name, I kind of had like the AOL dial-up sound. Like I say Nuviet. Like that was my very first assumption as to how you would pronounce his name. But like I was also told it's Novelette, and I'm like, I don't feel like that's right. Whenever I see two L's in French, it's just the Y sound, at least in like American English. So I'm just gonna say Nuviet because I feel more comfy that way. And I just want to apologize to all actually anyone who speaks French. I just apologize.
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusation she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel the
Why don't we
same?
give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
Oh
If
my
we're all
goodness.
finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Nouvellette makes me cringe. I don't know why. I mean, I feel like, especially for like those who are either native speakers or very familiar, are just like, it's not how the name is pronounced. Stop. So I really want to do the best of my ability to pronounce names correctly. You could try floating a little lower.
See, Paimon's barely an inch off the ground.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia, what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Goodness.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia.
I could have paid.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
You're very
In
sweet,
any case,
Navia.
I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Navia head pats. As light rain falls. Oh, goodness. Like the faint moonlight of yesteryear. Oh, I still need to get some waypoints. I'm really excited for farming the new domain because I can use... okay, if I mispronounce this, I apologize. Mahu Chaussee for Linny and the other one for Fischl. I looked at that new artifact set and I was like, oh, this is literally for Linny. Also, the music. Not this. Oh, I refuse to go on a tangent. I will go on a lore tangent, but after, like, well, one, reading this, I was looking at the statuses, or the 2 and 4 piece buff. I was like, oh, wow, this is literally Linny, and if you want to try and make like a DPS Lynette, you could do this. like to Lynette's kind of, I don't want to say she's funky because she's actually very versatile, but I have seen some really interesting builds with that new set with her, and it's only been a few days. I love this Archon quest title so much since it's a reference to an actual French poem, and it's just super appropriate for the Fontaine theme, depression. Like, learning about the Sovereign of Water crying, I kid you not, I was just kind of stuck on that screen for like 20 minutes, getting emotional myself, doing the best I could to be composed. Themes of water, darkness, depression, like, and we're here in Fontaine, like, it's just, it's so bittersweet because on the surface, everything appears to be very nice and okay when it clearly is not. And rain as it, like, rain in itself can, is like, rain is symbolism for multiple different things, but it can be something as beautiful and bright as clarity or purity, but also very much so sadness, despair, and just somberness. So it's just, I have so many different, I have so many feelings.
Over here.
Oh my.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again.
I also mentioned this yesterday. The name Vache kind of really triggers my fight or flight because Vache was a surname of a French serial killer. So I don't know how I feel about that. Rain is very thematically ambiguous, which I find beautifully fitting. Yes, especially in a country like Fontaine.
Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Things are getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake
Oh,
up!
oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, Oceanid question mark.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I am very sorry. I don't.
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Okay, the implications of this are so because we've been, as for the trial, we learned about the primordial waters, specifically how Fontanians can dissolve. And there is the belief that, I shouldn't even say the belief, the legend that all life, at the beginning of all life, there was, well, the primordial waters, of which ancient peoples were bound to and inhabited. So it's like, oh, I have the goodness. So I'm starting to get excited again because this is.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
This is also incredibly interesting when you consider, like, the tale of the Seelie, for instance. The Seelie used to be an incredibly powerful and mighty race. they had a beautiful humanoid-esque form, but due to a Seelie and an Outlander, of whom what kind of Outlander we're not sure, they fell in love, which was forbidden, and thus they were cursed. And from that marriage that was in the Moon Palace alongside, like during the time of Arya, Sonnet, and Canon, the three Moon Sisters, there was destruction destruction occurred. From that, all of the Seelie were cursed. They were stripped of their powers, their wisdom, and they lost their former form. So a lot of these ancient races or peoples losing forms is so incredibly saddening and a pattern. Now, where Oceanids are specifically, I really want to write more about them.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Could you have been one of the girls who were dissolved and returned?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vacher would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Oh.
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor, so let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vacher, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vacher above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
This theme is so beautiful and dark. So much of Fontaine's music is so beautifully twisted and sad, if that makes any sense. I am not the most knowledgeable in terms of music theory, but Oil Mix never misses. So, your lover witnessed you dissolving.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Some measure of the consciousness still remain.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
How much time has passed?
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vacher, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
What? Oh my. Whoa. Great sword user.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Oh dear. Ooh.
Clorand?
Oh my goodness, that was so clean. Oh!
Quick, now's our chance!
Oh! Girl! I need her in my party right now. Oh my god! She is mothering! Oh my gosh. Actually mother. Actually mother. Oh my gosh. Excuse me? Like the
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
You followed Navia? Ma'am? Do I know what you are? But also, okay, I'm not over that cutscene that the way that she deflected the bullets like it was absolutely nothing, walking forward, unflinching. I'm pretty sure I saw her destroy one with just her thighs. It's Electro Mothers. Electro Mothers.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
There is tension here. Like, oh my.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
How did she check? When was she when she was choking one? Presumably. Hey everyone, just checking, is it an issue on my end or is the game volume a bit low? If it is, I will turn up the game volume even more. I am terribly sorry if the audio is in fact incredibly low.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, I just... She's...
What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorinde who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
I'm noticing that across, well, all of the nations thus far, I don't want to say that the traveler has encountered, well, they have encountered a form of possession in terms of Inazuma when they were temporarily possessed by the yokai during Yaemiko's story quest. But I do think it's really curious how just in tune the traveler is to the elements, so much so that they're able to not only connect with lost souls adrift, but they experience such enhanced and incredibly, well, concerning things. Like, I remember when they had that very unique headache after they watched La Senora die to the to Raiden Shogun, and then you have this scenario as well. Also, welcome, Mystery. How are you? The game audio reportedly is a bit low, so I'm going to be adjusting some things after this scene. But I hope you're comfy. Thank you for the rescue, though, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Oh,
As
that's already
such,
better?
We're
Okay.
still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Oh
Yes,
my goodness.
all thanks to you grabbing
So
my
cute.
drink by mistake.
How did that help?
Oh?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
I thought it tasted strange, but I couldn't be
Fanta
sure.
only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Oh my gosh.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I'm excited to see your reaction to this part of the Archon quest. My god. Oh my goodness. I feel like I've been told so many things about the Archon quest. I'm really excited. I love the story of this game. Fortunately, neither Paimon nor myself are from
I sent people
Fontaine.
to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Wow, this questline has it all in terms of dark themes, murder, trafficking, roofing. Yeah, it's very, you know, it's pretty... One of my friends had mentioned yesterday how Genshin Impact is like quote-unquote PG-13, but they really push it in certain areas. Though to be fair, even as, like, even before we got the official release of the game, in the manga, during the old aristocracy, during the original, why am I forgetting the name? one of the names of the, oh my gosh, the summer event. Well, I don't want to call it summer event, but it's not Windbloom. I'm blanking. I can't remember. I'm so sorry. But there was an event specifically that, of course, was essentially rebranded with like new Mondstadt, where the previous, I think Lord or Lords. Actually, no. Let me just double check. I need to discover the name of this. Ludi Harpastum. I don't know why I forgot that. But in the manga, when you read about Ludi Harpastum, like the lucky, quote unquote, lucky girl would be chosen by a lord, and I will not further comment, but it's very dark. And I will always remember that panel because of Venti's expression. Every single time. Because it's just the absolute fear and like horror that that what has happened to my nation while I have been sleeping. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to not... Actually, I really want to find that panel now. Because it's just so... Oh my goodness. Well, I will try to do my best to find it. But yeah, it trust me, it's just really dark.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
Hello, Viviglow. Welcome. How are you today?
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Primordial, like the amount of times primordial is mentioned in Fontaine, obviously due to the just primordial sea, but still, it's so... I'm so excited for the Dark Conquest.
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again.
Gosh.
Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Like, obviously, I think, like, very unfortunate, but I do really think that, you know, because, well, I think, like, I really feel like the disappearances of women are just kind of the disappearances of women, and the French serial killer Joseph Vache, who was known as like the French quote unquote Jack the Ripper. Like, I feel like that it's not I feel like that's very on the nose. So maybe I'm The ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element, which once again is so interesting because the traveler is so attuned to all of the elements despite not having a vision.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That's a good question.
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I've also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
This person presumably trying to return all of, like, young women into the primordial sea. Though they did mention in dialogue how, I believe it was the accomplice who stated that dissolving into the water is not necessarily a bad thing because it's like everyone's returning home. No, it's one of the guards, I think. Was it Ogero at the beginning of the guard? I could be misremembering. I just remember that dialogue. I remember reading that or seeing that.
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately.
I have many, many thoughts. Yeah, I think there was something like that. Yeah, because I remember distinctly hearing being like dissolving and essentially removing your physical form just to return to the primordial seas of which we all belong to. Like essentially like that theme. I remember reading that and seeing it. So
Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
well, if he's still alive, we should definitely try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
And the ocean, yes, she did in fact say that she felt very warm when that happened. By we, by we, do you mean me? All right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
The face
You
of someone
talk
who
too
enjoys
much.
crimes.
Well, in that case,
I
let's
love
head back
her.
to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Oh, is that achievement name? Is that Polish? Hear the Oceanid's call and connect with her consciousness. No, it's not Polish. Wait. I'm staying on this because it, oh my gosh. Hmm. I'm going to. Hmm. What? Wait, okay, so I believe you had mentioned that the title for this quest, or like
Entering standby.
this was a poem, right? Could this achievement be like a poem title? Would that correlate? Or maybe a passage? I'm just gonna put a pin on it because I don't want to like, I don't know. But I have noticed that in Genshin, when you're going through the story, like I think the easy, well, actually no. It would really be in the Wonders of the World, and that's like a huge, I can't get into right now. Because I wouldn't even be able to control F it in game and find it. But there's always a theme with achievements. Oh, we must go to the stronghold. Where is your stronghold? Okay. Oh, there's a post on Reddit about it, but it's slightly spoiler. Okay, so yeah, I'll just leave that alone. I definitely don't want to spoil myself.
Surprise! It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
I love how the accent on their
very good.
hats match her
Let's not
theme
let our guard
colors
down
of
for now.
gold,
I shall
gold and
find
navy
rooms
blues.
for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Ooh. Oh, I see. Every time I see these chests in the city, I feel like I can open them, and I cannot open them. I feel so sad. I should be able to open chests. I'm sad. Oh, this music. The music has changed. Oh, this music. I'm probably going farther than where I need to go, but like now I'm going to be distracted. I can't do this. I want to explore now. I probably... Oh, goodness. I do not want to fall. And unfortunately, I have her. Also... Quick side note, before I continue... It's like Yelan's skill all over again. I take it... If I see this... They're like an underground... Oh... This makes me sad.
Step on up.
Okay. I was so excited to explore a new area that I just... Wait. Oh my. Yeah, you can hear the droplets that are in the pipes, the echoes. Yeah, the sound design in this game is amazing. Wait, actually, was I supposed to go all the way down? And then... like, move over? Oh, goodness. Well, our conquest is over. There is a cat. I wish we could pet them.
Over here.
Land of corroded shadows and tainted currents? Oh, excuse me? Hold on. A tainted shadow hidden beneath the clear waters of Fontaine, a place of rest for outcasts. Even the ashes and the dregs cast off by the sifting of the law all return to the same river. This is not only incredibly ominous, but I just think Dainsleif's quote when he talks about how the dregs, not all humans are dregs. This is just like Beneath the ashes of the smoldering remains. Oh, where is he? Where is my husband? Where's Dainsleif? But also, the dregs cast, like, we're all returned to the same river. We'll all just ultimately return to the same place. This is very, Oh, finally access this waypoint. Well, all of the outcasts, or outlaws, presumably, are here.
Am I imagining things? Or is all this standing making me dizzy?
Goodness. Vitruvia. Hello there. Is there any legal service I can provide? You do legal consultancy? To be precise, I do consultancy on how to escape the law. Ooh, so true. My goal is to let my clients avoid run-ins with the champion duelists and avoid entering the theater. Except to enjoy performances, that is. This is not hard to do. All legal systems have their flaws, and I know them as well as I do the holes in my socks. Ooh, I wonder how a conversation between you and Yanfei would go. Speaking of that, I should probably spend some mora to get a pair of new ones. Ooh. You're an attorney? Well, I wish I could have become a champion duelist, but that's not happening in this life, I reckon. I can't fight. Like, I really can't. I'm the type who can knock herself on the head with a sheathed sword. But if there's a talent I do have, that's searching. As long as the case details are clear, I can quickly find all the relevant legal clauses. I support her. Amazing. Oop! I did not mean to speak to her again. Oh, what a shame! I mean, book! I think, have I collected all 3 of them? I'm not going to read them right now, since we're in the middle of the Archon quest. Yep, I have all the volumes right now. I'm excited. Sorry, I love reading, and I get so excited when we have new texts we can read in game. Oh. A bit of tax evasion, yes.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
I love the echo.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
So, Paimon.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he
Aw.
protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
That's so heartbreaking. Also, Navia's voice actress is fantastic. Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now,
Goodness.
here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Navia has so much on her shoulders, and she continues as well as she can. She's so hospitable and cheery, very compassionate, and goodness, there's so much darkness that surrounds her too. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
My exact
no.
thoughts. But at the
Perhaps
same
people just
time,
revel in that kind of drama.
Mhm.
It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
That's so. As much as I hate to hear this, it's so true. Oh, you're involved in something. Respectfully, from a professional and legal public setting, I'm going to Oh
People
dear.
love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh my.
Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange. I'm so curious as to this. So, to defend his honor, he fought against Chlorine, who, of course, championed duelist. But while Paimon is saying, okay, well, Chlorine was the one who killed him, she wasn't the one who, quote unquote, killed him in terms of like reputation and potentially being set up or what have you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
I like how Navia and Diluc have a somewhat similar background, but they have very opposite personalities. Super interesting to me how now we've seen a trial by combat in both Inazuma and Fontaine, when technically there's nothing that says the Archons have to offer it. That's also true. Also, on the topic of Navia and Diluc, I also was thinking very similarly because they have, like, man, this game. But like, there's always a trial by combat, and you don't, like, there's really no need to have a trial by combat, but now I'm just curious, will there also be a trial by combat in Natlan to prove your innocence or to prove your honor kind of thing? So it's so fascinating.
Afterward, Ms. Cloran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Isn't Natlan all about fighting in war? Now, I don't want to believe that the entirety of Natlan is fighting in war, but what I will say is that that is a very, like, a key point in the nation. We see Capitano do one. Oh, don't say that because I'm gonna go on my shoe about Capitano. I'm so excited for him. I miss Capitano. We haven't even... I miss Capitano.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Watching
All right,
Capitano fight...
Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's all right. I understand how important this is to you now.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
I hope we learned some feats he has done to earn the title as strongest creature. I personally just want to learn more about Capitano. Respectfully, of course. Ooh. Ooh. Tetro? Hello, Tetro. Wait, can you solve any problem? Theoretically, I do not believe there is any problem that can only be solved by force. When we of the Spina de Rosula act... Oh, I forgot I had auto. I was like, this is going really fast. From things as small as living supplies and household affairs to matters as large as factional disputes and savings, the Spina will do it all. Will do all it can for you. Okay. I actually need to turn that off too. What if Lucelle's doing it? Lucelle? An old companion. It could have lived free after I modified it. Huh. You know, I keep seeing this when TM. Okay. You have a new job in jail, yeah. Oh, really? I mean, sure. Well, I mean, if it works for you.
Just say what you mean.
Oh.
Finally on the right path.
Huh. I'm assuming, yeah, that's a one-time thing. But, for those who are curious, you actually use those crystals to create this. The Finale of the Deep. I imagine Capitano looking like that one swordsmith from Demon Slayer. I want Capitano to be like an eldritch horror that just has like a humanoid form. Just like how I assume Dotore is just an eldritch horror. Like, obviously, like, Kieru did a fantastic animation, but I also feel similarly. I feel like Dotore's like true form is just some like Resident Evil like amalgamation of just like just a monster, like an actual monster. Time to rest. But like, I would love to see Capitano fight.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Oh goodness, don't say that.
Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere.
This name seems to have been wiped from existence. See, there's a difference between, oh, I haven't discovered anything, and oh, this name just doesn't exist anymore. Goodness. Also, before I go on to it, like a spiel about Colombina, I am very excited for her. I am so excited. She actually gives me biblical angel Eldritch horror vibes, and I'm very excited to see when that time comes. But yeah, like having this name like removed from like the annals of I don't want to say history, but Fontaine, so that there could be no trace, is very curious
I suspect
and suspicious.
that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
Welcome, Isteron. Hello, hello. Yes, I support Colombina, all Colombina theories. I am a firm believer that she is a survivor of the Sealy race who has no regard for humanity anymore and wishes to just do many destruction-based things. I'm very excited for her. I really do feel like she is one of, if not the last surviving Sealy race, like individual, I guess, or figure. And she aligns with the Tsaritsa. I don't even want to say like aligns with the Tsaritsa, more so. Actually, no, I'm actually going to like change that. I feel like Colombina at this point, because this is me again assuming that she is a survivor of the Sealy race, as well as being one of the oldest beings in Tavat. I think that she's just, I think she honestly is probably the most powerful harbinger. Like, I think, like, yeah, Dottore and Capitano, but like when I look at Colombina, she gives me, you go and you fight her, and in her arena, there's just a bunch of eyes on you. Like eyes that like are split in like the whole reality. Like she can shatter reality. Like she has so much. I'm excited for Colombina. I have so many headcanons about her. She will be the death of the traveler. And I don't mean that like literally. I mean, she could, but sorry, I'm gonna go on a tangent. I love Colombina so much. She is my biblically accurate angel who I am so looking forward to.
No, there is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
I see what you guys mean now, how his name in English can kind of be like, Yeah, I'm just calling him Nuviet. Like that's just that's comfy for me. So I will just say Nuviet personally. I hope she's genuine. Oh, I hope she is genuinely evil. I hope that Dotore is genuinely evil. Those two especially, really. I hope Columbina does not bat an eye. She will easily kill anyone. She does not have any remorse whatsoever. I look forward to her.
If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Wait, do you skip a few letters when you say his name? So in French, when there are two L's, it's at least for American English. I guess the easiest way for me to like try and say it's like pronouncing it like how you would a Y. So for me personally, I've always felt more comfortable pronouncing his name as Nuviette because I also pronounce guillotine as guillotine. I don't say guillotine. Even though if you say guillotine, people know what you mean. But in French, two L's are sometimes just pronounced as Y. So the thing is with, I won't get too deep into like the whole Sharmouche Wanderer thing. Actually, I'm going to have to put a pin on that because I can't even, I'm going to get way too sidetracked.
So Nervalette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hardworking Chief Justice for you.
I forgot about that. Speaks French. Understandable. Me forgetting how to speak English.
Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Oh, we're going to see him? Oh, well, I mean, I was kind of, like, comfortable. Like, I... Go to the Palais Memonia. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he's not there. If I hide, I don't have to see Nuviet. If I hide, I will not act like a fool.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Oh, wow. Hello, Leah. The Traveler knows about Lockfolks, do they not? They do, but... Sorry, I do this when I'm nervous. Dash, welcome! How are you? But yeah, I like... They are familiar with Oceanids, and they're familiar with Lockfolk. Sometimes the distinction can be kind of blurry because of how they describe it, but I do think in this case, like, you could just say... Oh. Just going to explore a bit more. I suppose not. Door.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalette's files are really secure.
Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Well, that
don't
means
you
we can leave.
recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
Okay.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Oh my.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
Okay, say then. We will leave. I'm good. I'll be lurking most times since I'm doing some laundry. How are you? This is part 2, yes. I just started part 2 about an hour ago, and I take forever, so...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Oh my
We're here
goodness.
today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Oh, I'm shrinking in my chair.
Thanks so much.
I was like a fool before. Please. Oh. Like, let's see. Okay, I need to... I'm hiding. I don't want to go in that room. Go into... No, I'm scared. I was a fool yesterday. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, you actually knock on the door.
Please come in.
Oh. This is really nice. Oh my god.
Jim, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
Okay. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
We're not fine. We're not fine. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Must stay strong. Must stay strong. I need to get through this dialogue and it's so hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't. I am so sorry.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Okay. Yes, because I would be mortified. Not because like I'm afraid of him, but because like intimidation. Yeah. But like, oh. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Is it just is it okay? I have to get through this scene. I promise I'm really trying to focus, but I'm so distracted by his voice and his design and his personality. I literally am like I can't focus. I'm so sorry.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
That's actually incredibly concerning. Are people more down bad for Neviette than they were for All Hatham? I don't even know who that man is. I don't know who All Hatham is. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Oh, that's...
Ahem.
I must stay strong. I have to get through the dialogue. I'm sorry. I keep pausing things in game when I'm nervous, and I don't mean to be so nervous and obnoxious. I'm so sorry, everyone. I really am so sorry. I low-key want to hear how he sounds in other languages. Well, I heard how he sounds in Korean, and his voice is also relatively deep TM.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Oh. No! Oh my gosh! No, okay. Wait, was this the... Okay. Oh no. Was this the song that they used when they were talking about the Sovereign of Water? Oh no. Like, oh, hold on. Okay, maybe I'm... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
I... Okay. I'm sorry for actually being obnoxious, but if I may be, like, serious for a moment, but, like, back when Fréminet was talking about the legend of the Sovereign of Water, whenever it would cry, it would rain. I'm pretty sure this is the exact song. If not, it might be, like, a different rendition of it. But it's like... Okay, I'm not gonna get emotional because I was pretty much so, like, emotional yesterday. But thinking about the sheer pain and sadness that the Sovereign of Water has gone through or continues to go through, like, a sad water dragon genuinely breaks my heart. It is this exact same song. I think I'm actually going to cry. I love dragons, but like the story, like, oh, like, oh.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. Something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Oh, I'm actually getting so anxious right now. Oh my gosh. Oh.
If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
No.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
Gosh,
Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
So there's currently an ad playing, so I'm going to stop. But I'm actually, like, I have tears in my eyes. Give me just a second. This voice acting. Oh, and it's so awful that like I have to pause on like this, but like I don't want this scene to continue until that ad is gone. Oh my gosh. I love Navia. Oh my gosh. Sorry, give me just a moment. They're gonna be floating for the next 45 seconds. Oh my gosh. But like Navia's completely founded in how she feels. But like Nuviet looks like he wants to like I just this scene they've really like stepped it up in terms of emotion.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Oh.
It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
So sad. Oh my gosh. We just leave? What? That's so not fair.
Navia, are you okay?
No, I'm so sorry. Like, Navia is completely founded in how she feels, but like, I can't just, like, that's so, like, it's so awkward. Like, and then the fact that, like, like, the fact that Nuviet, like, not only like he didn't say anything, and it's rain. It's raining. Like it's rain. Like that's so. It's raining. Like it's raining, and it's the theme again, and I'm emotional about fictional characters. Like this scene is so sad, and he didn't even say anything. Just like he clearly didn't say anything because there's some like, I'm probably not making any sense. I'm so sorry. I'm so emotional. Like literally
I'm fine. Rain.
literally
It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
I'm so sorry. I actually need him. Like that's just so sad. Like it's so sad. Like literally, hush your dragon, don't cry. But it's like Navia is so emotional, and she was so founded in how she felt because she's like, you could have done something, anything. Why didn't you do anything? You just want to preserve neutrality when it comes to the law. But like, he clearly didn't show in his face I mean, he kind of did, but like, he didn't elaborate. He didn't even really say anything. Of course, she says, you said what you said because you thought that's what you should say, as opposed to have actually done something when it really mattered, which is so loaded. I just, I am so sorry. Like, I'm actually crying. I am just gonna like drink some water for a second. I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sad. Like, when I look at a character like Nuviet, it's like I look at him and it's like clearly it's like a case of processing emotions differently or even attempting to. And when you don't like respond or react how someone would like for you to, just I know there's more, but like I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let the scene play and like mute my microphone. I'm so sorry.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Okay. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Though I feel like I'm prematurely saying this because knowing this game. Just imagine listening to the song while it rains and sitting on a beach, looking at the ocean. You can go first. I'll join you later, Nadia.
All right, then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
I lied. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. They did a fantastic job. A fabulous job casting all of the VAs. They really did. Like... I do want to thank you guys for being patient. Sorry, my voice is like all over the place. I just didn't expect a scene like that to hit me like that. And then like, I'm so discombobulated. I'm like walking towards this marker that's almost like 1,000 meters away or miles away. Oh my gosh. Also, I'm pretty sure this translates to like the Palace of Memories. It's Palais Memoria, right? Oh, I don't like listening to some maps. Oh. Okay. Like, I don't want to just stand in the rain, but that's so powerful. This was such a beautiful scene. It's so sad, and it literally, it hurts. Like, I'm in so much pain right now. Again, I am very sorry that my voice is probably cracking, and I'm not trying to, like, be too close to the microphone with, like, my sounds and everything. But okay. Let's leave the core. I forgot that the map had it. Don't worry, you're valid for that. If anything, I feel really embarrassed. I kind of wonder if the NPCs make unique commentary when it rains. Oh wait, no, this is Mermonia. I imagine it probably will stop raining after I go in again. But yeah, I just feel bad. Like I'm gonna have to go to this waypoint. Yes, and it did in fact stop raining. Let me go. Now let's see. You know, I keep debating. Ooh, the Fontaine wings. I do like how, like, it just makes me think of folklore, like her two different colored eyes. Also, hello, Sarah. How are you? How are you doing? I think the azure wings still look the best. Well, the black ones look really nice, but I'll just keep these on for now. But hello, you have joined right after I was incredibly emotional. So I should be good. Let's see. Having an emotional... Oh, I don't even want to elaborate because it'd be huge spoilers. But my favorite magical girl anime, basically the way that it is, it just makes, like, the transition just made me think of that. Like, you have an incredibly depressing scene, and then you go to a new area, and then you just hear this really cute piccolo, and you just, it's happy music now, and you're supposed to just move on, kind of thing. Where dark tides echo. Let's see. I am looking. Also, yes, sister. Oh, that's right. It's geography. Fontaine? Where the Spina di Rosula was born. Just as a tiny chick that will one day become a soaring eagle is hatched from an egg, so are grand and radiant ambitions hatched in a dark and cramped place. The people of Poisson are like the residents of the Fleuve Centre, and from the history of these places they understand that some things are worth being, and indeed must be fought for and bought by blood. So you've completed the Archon quest? Only part 1. I'm on part 2 right now.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Ships. Very nice.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
The true. Let's see. I really like how this area looks. Lunacello? So I wonder if... So Italian? So I wonder if it's Munacielo or is it Munacello? Do you know the rules? A porter. Yeah, I'm good. That's such a confident response. Fresh fish, I see. Don't worry. Munacello the porter never cheats his customers. You have questions? I've got answers. We'll exchange what you know for what I know. In equivalent amounts, of course. That's how Munacello the porter rolls. Okay. I think it's Munacielo. Munacielo. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. The I think has like a ch sound. Alcina Enrique? If you hadn't told me, I would have never known that he was in this line before. I mean, it's not completely unreasonable. Doing dirty business doesn't mean you don't accumulate experience, right? Now he's changed jobs to some sort of financial consultant, mentioning a few investment trends to the boss every so often for some easy mora. Pretty sweet deal. Agreed. Speaking of which, I'm reminded of some kid who wasn't able to join the Spina di Rosula. Had a silver tongue, he did, but no real ability. Lately, I've heard he's gotten mixed up in another faction, and he's been walking with a real swagger since. Oh, I wonder what faction this is. Ooh, that's dangerous behavior, ignoring the Palais Mermonia like that. Reckon he'll be invited to sing at the opera soon enough. I see. Italian likes to do funsies with CI and CE like Spanish. Glad I learned the differences. Let's see.
I'm just saying, if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
Over here!
I'll be honest, I thought Lynette was about to launch herself off.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
Also, doesn't
About
poisson
that,
just mean
it's
fish?
because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a
Sin?
glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Oh,
As he oversaw
dear.
Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse.
Oof.
That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Oh,
How did that happen?
hmm.
Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all.
I will say I do really appreciate these like whodunits that we've been doing in Fontaine. I appreciate the murder mysteries, but he'll allow Navia to. I want her to continue.
Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, Even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If
Oof.
that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself.
Oh, this game. Oh my goodness. So it's like that diver. Do you pursue the truth, knowing full well the danger that will occur? Your reputation and livelihood at stake for taking on such a diabolical opponent? Or do you just move on peacefully and stay still? Now, knowing Navia.
Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Oh no.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Navia is an incredibly strong character. I really wonder how she is processing all of this.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him.
So much emotion, so much. Also, hello.
Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
No, Paimon.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
I love Melus's voice.
In that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Oh, they're corrupted.
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
I'm always of the belief, regardless of the media, that the authorities in one way or another are corrupted. So there's always something. There's always something.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most.
It's always
which
the
also
ones that are
means that he was
closest
someone
to
who
you.
understood
Oh,
Boss really
dear.
well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Uncle Marcel.
Also, I didn't get a moment, but I really, really want to thank everyone for working, for the follows. Here's everything. I do have alerts turned off right now just due to the Archon quest, but I'm so grateful, and thank you so much, and I hope you are enjoying yourselves as I go through this very emotional roller coaster. Also, thank you for being patient with me and not minding me babble and cry over fictional characters in a very emotional game.
It's a guild in Poisson. A boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to
Thank
believe.
you, Dash.
If you
That
want to
means a lot.
investigate them, please
Thank
take
you.
every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me, Navi.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. We have so many quest items, I feel like we just don't... I mean, I still have to... This is still all Deshret stuff I still have to do. I haven't finished Tokyo Alley Tales. I still have... Speaking of mementos... Goodness gracious, have 2 from him. 2 for 2. Oh.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
So this is interesting
would it-
considering that,
The
like,
performance would not have... That's
okay.
who would have
you
imagined
can just,
that...
like, view all of them afterward. That's good.
Here we go again, trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive.
Paimon's disguise for this is so good. I genuinely love it. I'll come back here and explore at a later time. As a child lover, Child's Vision is the most precious item in my
It
inventory
is
now.
settled,
Oh
then.
my goodness.
Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Gonna go Gonna go lurk. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Sprouty Sprout. I really appreciate you coming by and having comfy lurks. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Ooh. That girl, she is not happy.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Oh, Navia.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
I really like Navia.
You really think so?
Oh my god.
That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Testimony from Jacques' family. Jacques' family believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callis. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? Also, once again, the voice acting is phenomenal. Oh my goodness.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
Miss Spina, aww.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Yeah, I see. You've passed me in the story?
Greetings,
oh.
boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Oh wait, I just checked the point rewards and the amount for child. Wait, I don't even remember. Oh yeah. Sorry, I like leaned away from my microphone. Yeah. So Pop-Tart is... That's just a channel point reward that actually there are a few people who are saving absolutely everything for that.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after?
Hello, Yumimi. Hello. Oh, you're at this point of the quest. Yes, I am in part 2. Emotions were let out along the way, but... Oh, do you not like child or something? I'm new here, so I don't know. So, he is... It's complicated. I like calling him a buttface because he is. And so that's why the redemption, like that reward, is the way that it is. My Tartaglia is level 2. And he is level 2 because I was exploring the world with some friends when we were all like the tall male models at the time. Like Zhongli, Diluc, Kaya, and Tartaglia. Like early Genshin days. As we were exploring, he leveled up, which I never wanted to happen because I'm never going to really use him. And so now he's level 2. So if you ever see someone say level 2, it's referring to Tartaglia. But he is just sitting in my roster at level 2. Child is their favorite Hydro character. That is the most cursed thing. That is so disrespectful, Smay. Why? Why would you say that? No. My favorite Hydro character is the great Mona Magistus herself. Thank you.
My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It is possible. Oh, I understand now. Butt face it is. So, I do want to make the disclaimer that I don't hate like any character in this game. It's mainly just for like jokes and laughs, but I do squint at Tartaglia. One of my really good friends is like, I honestly will just call her like the biggest Tartaglia stan ever. So. Also, Ayato is a demon. And like...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Very possible.
But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
That's a very good comment, actually.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
This quest really, like, sorry, I love Navius. Well, I'm a child stan, so I just wanted to know your opinion on him. No worries, even if you disliked him, I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, no, like, I don't hate any character, and like, you know, it's all just comfy, jokey times here.
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying.
Florent, the advisor to the Spina di Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case and can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out.
Intel is just like futures. You gotta invest a lot before you can start.
Yes, I also do that. I also censor his name. I censor his name from time to time. The Trinity, Tarantula, Green Man, and the Politician. Oh my gosh, what? Literally triggering my fight or flight response with that, Kent. I did not even think of them together like that. Oh my gosh. Get me out. The Politician is not beloved. Go away.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
What is it with your hatred of tall hydro men, affectionately? I don't hate tall hydro men. Where is this coming from? Ignoring what I just said for the past like 10 minutes. Why would you assume that? I miss Green Man? I don't know who that is, Sister. Oh, okay. I was like, what do you mean? Listen, all characters are incredibly multifaceted and they're interesting. Just notice you're running a Fontaine-esque team. That's cool. Oh, okay. So this was actually just like a fun little exploration team because I wanted to level up Lynette a bit. But yeah, I guess. That's really cool.
Oh.
That is Fontaine.
So you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city.
Oh, also, how is the audio for everyone? Okay, we are not speaking about Nuviet right now. We're not. We are not. I am going, oh gosh. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's good to hear about the audio. Just want to make sure it's comfortable for everyone. Also, yeah, this guard, I think you pronounce his name Thierry. I do not trust him. I personally have such an emotional attachment to Child, and I have no idea why Mr. Blankstare is so dear to me. No, like, I have read many, many amazing theories, like lore dives on him, and like, he's a fascinating character. Like, all the memes and like, you know, all of that aside, I completely like, yeah, I understand. And I hope that this quest and future quests like really like they're better. Because I mean, they don't call him Mr. Worldwide for nothing. So every time they say Poisson, I think of the Quasum. Like, there are so many hydro jokes to make with Neviette. Okay, Kent, I've been screaming about dragons for like a few, like, I'm really emotional about dragons. Sorry. Every time I come to the city now, I'm just having like, is the song gonna play? I'm like, it's so sad.
Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Dragons tend to be your favorite kind of character? Well, that's not like... Huh. I'm gonna
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
What if Dainsliff's the dragon? Dainsliff needs to just be the former royal guard of Conria. I don't really know how he would be a dragon, but if he was a dragon, I'd probably lie on the floor, like mute my mic during that stream if they like were to like reveal that, and then I'd probably scream. Like, Dainsliff is a dragon, like a dragon of Conria.
If you want to go through the original
Also,
files
Smee, that's just
from your
one
father's
character.
case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Oh, Navia, that's so funny. Like, you just have to like get rid of like the serial number to like do underhanded things. Ha ha ha. I'm curious now. Do you like Rhea from Fire Emblem? I love Rhea. Three Houses is one of my favorite games of all time. It's very obvious who my favorite character probably is from that game. But yes, I love Rhea. Sedith is my number 2. Sedith is my number 2.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
That does make sense.
Oh, then
Also,
you're
hello,
officially
Casey.
in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Is it just me, or does Thierry have like... I don't know, Thierry has a really, really nice voice. Thierry is the person responsible for official contact between the Spinadoro Sula and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of guard mechs. Need to speak to Marcel. Oh, but yeah, like I really didn't. I just used this team because I thought it would be fun for like swirl reactions. Yeah. Fontaine-esque. Let's see. I love how there are teardrops on the scales. Such a nice detail. Ah, I see.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
That's actually really funny.
Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Her face.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly.
Wow, he was really
I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Okay.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
That's unfortunate that all that he really
All
heard
my
was
wealth
just
comes
a
from Callus's
gunshot.
patronage and support.
But-
I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Something is amiss, TM. Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie. I can't pronounce. I can't speak. I literally. I started thinking about Navia. I can't say. I can't speak. Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie de Cabrières and was the organizer of the banquet years prior. The Confrérie and the Spina Dorsula, di Rosula, have always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy, he's still willing to defend Navia. I love jazzy OSTs. They're so comfy.
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Can I speak to you again?
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
Step on up!
I just hope we get more, like, even more jazzy music. Because this is very, very Fontaine.
We've talked to
so
all three
calming.
suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
None of them really stood out as a
I
suspect.
suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
Ah, you're right! Florent mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
And why is that?
Did he guarantee his family's safety after killing
that's
Callus?
a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
It seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
I'm just kidding.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Hmm. I'm composing myself because I got really anxious really quickly, so give me just a second. I'll be okay. Once again, I think I'm over, but you got this? Oh no. I can't be anyone's lawyer again. It was a fluke what happened last time. Okay. We heard that I apologize.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe I just have such a cynical brain, but I just think everyone's guilty. Because, like, Thierry is, like, the obvious answer. But, don't overthink it. Well...
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
It's almost like the right-hand man, doesn't it?
I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
So it was just Florent.
Florent?
Just like right hand.
It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
I
So
really do
he
think it's
shouldn't have
Marcel.
much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Too broke? Why did she say it like
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
I really feel like it's Marcel.
Who could it be?
I think. Irrelevant. I wonder if people are just going to use this as a meme. Got myself. Oh, welcome back. Got myself something to eat, and I'm back. I mean, Marcel's the most suspicious to me. Like, it's like obviously people who are very close are obviously like the most suspicious. My gut is just Marcel. Like he organized, like I really feel like it's Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you after
We
all.
still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Yes.
Let's
Malus
go.
did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh?
Oh?
Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wait, what?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Man, Someone come get their man. Someone come get their man. I literally look away for like 10 minutes, and now he's on trial. I thought he was going to like fight people. Oh my gosh. Why? Oh my gosh, it's like babysitting.
What? Is that someone you know?
Unfortunately, Navia.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Why is he on trial?
He's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah.
Do I have to defend
And it'll be a lot harder
Tartaglia?
than to clear Mr. Callus's name.
What?
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up. Leave.
Huh?
Pop
Split up?
champagne and good luck?
What do you
Wait,
mean?
oh, I don't like good luck. Oh dear. You can go to Irenaeus. Well, I'll go investigate that place.
Just as expected of my partner.
Isn't this
Since
case
this
from
is a
like 20?
trial
Yeah,
about
I
the
was like,
serial
wasn't Tartaglia
disappearances
like
case,
not even
the
a
culprit's
fetus at that?
attention
Well,
will
maybe
be focused on Irenaeus,
maybe
leaving his
what?
home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them
wait.
at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit.
Wait, no, her father. Okay, Navia's father died roughly 5 years ago, I believe. But this case specifically, 3 years ago. Okay.
I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless
Thank
we
you.
find
It was
more
3 years
evidence.
ago.
It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help
Sounds
you,
good.
just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
Because, like, realistically, it's like, oh, he is a Fatui Harbinger, and everyone knows how terrible the Fatui are, how their underhanded tactics are, so we can point out things that would incriminate this Harbinger to be the reason. But it's also like Squint's Tartaglia is like, look at him. It's like, okay, sure. Combining the information regarding the Gardamex and the investigation results so far, it can be concluded that there is only one person who can have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. This person is none other than Marcel.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
The one thing I really do like is that, like, one, this is so gorgeous. But also, like, Fontaine characters, when you get enough speed, you can, like, dolphin dive, and it's really cute. Will it let me do it at this point? Yep. Really cool. Me forgetting where the entrance is.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Yes, but I'm sure what we find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms.
I love the swimming in Fontaine.
Probably
It's so
arguing up a storm
nice.
right now
I love
to
it.
stall for us.
I'm so okay. I was swimming around as Kokomi, and I was so sad that she can't dolphin. Like, she can't flip. She can't
It
dive.
would
Like,
appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh.
Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
what? Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I need a moment. That genuinely startled me. Oh my goodness.
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
This is so on brand for him. I don't really care about the legalities. We can fight, right? I heard that we can fight. It's like, yes, you can fight, Tartaglia.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right?
God.
I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Did this little idiot get himself framed on purpose to fight someone? I would honestly not put it past Tartaglia because he's incredibly intelligent. He's incredibly perceptive. However, comma. Are we gonna defend Tartaglia in court? Help me. Please tell me that's not what's gonna happen. Also, hi, Clorinde.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
We need to...
No. That's not what I meant.
Oh my goodness. Tartaglia, okay. You guys can't see my hand, but like imagine like a scale. He's like at a 90. I need for him to bring it down to like 15. But he's just so, oh, you want to fight? I'll fight you too, Archon. I'll fight anyone. He's literally just like, I'll fight everyone. Come at me. It's like, please. Calm down. Please don't do anything. Please don't do anything reckless, Tartaglia. Please. I don't beg for like things with this character ever, but like, goodness
Alas,
gracious.
it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him! You've got the wrong man! Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer.
Honestly, I was expecting him to be like, oh, a young lady has defended me. Great, I'll fight you two afterwards. I was genuinely expecting him to say that.
So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience. But that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
It's Jacques' family. I know I was told to trust my gut, and I want to, like, trust my gut with this. So. Stop! Am I still got a suspicious haircut? Your Honor, his haircut. I really do. I'm gonna go with Marcel. Yeah. He has the villain haircut. It's him. Yeah.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
I never thought about
Mr.
villain
Marcel,
haircut.
you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father?
You're very
Come
suspicious,
on.
sir. I'm sorry.
Why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Of course.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
By Nuviet's logic, shouldn't Fiorina also be charged with falsely accusing Linny? It's literally Archon privilege. Because I was going to say the exact same thing. Everyone's just charging each other. Like,
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Your Honor, he's capping. It's like, Your Honor, that's cap. Okay. The incident of Callis the Unfaithful. On the day of the murder, Spina D, I keep saying duh, and I don't mean to. Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie. Your Honor, the gag is you weren't even there. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots. Okay. When the guests arrive at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callis, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound. Based on the investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped. Your Honor, nuh-uh. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. I really hope someone actually, like, multiple artists, in fact, draw, like, what do you mean, nuh-uh? It can be concluded that there was only one person who could have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business. No.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Okay, this specifically, the scene of the crime. Okay. After conducting a re-investigation, it is now certain that Callis did not bring a gun with him. Moreover, details of the case point towards the possible existence of a third person on the scene.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callis, only for Callis to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
According to investigations, Callus, who had a motive to kill, murdered Jacques for his betrayal. But is this really true? No, because he was so indebted.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Oh, thought there was
Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Ooh, Hoggy Woggy. Yay, I successfully refuted things. Well.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
I'm so sorry, that's so funny.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave.
This is true.
At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
I will also say that shot of Nuviet looking at Navia, declaring that she was going to do something that the court system, quote unquote, in Fontaine will not. Also, the fact that Fiorina's voice, like, she's much less of being theatrical. It's almost like it reminds me a lot of when you can hear the difference between Venti and Barbados, if that makes sense. It's like the gremlin has, like,
I don't need
stepped
your
aside.
apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I liked her as a gremlin. I like her when she's suddenly serious. Oh, I like Fiorina. Like, I really do. I'm really curious to see more of her in the future. It reminds me of a spoiled child not getting their way and reflecting on their previous spoiled behavior. Basically, yeah. Because of course she'll still have her theatrics. She'll still be very dramatic. It's very her. But it's another thing to be like, okay, let's be serious about this. But yeah, I really like her.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
Oh my. Also, Celeste, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you have a very comfy time. I really want to thank you for stopping by. It was really nice seeing you. Thank you so much for the support.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
Oh my God,
I won't
Silver.
try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't get cold
Don't know what she
feet.
can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Oh, you almost have enough for a lore question? You do have enough, but I have no idea what I'll ask. Yeah, so if you have a lore question, I'll do the best of my ability to answer it. But I'll just, for lore questions, if you do have one, I'll just, I'll answer it after like cutscenes and stuff. If okay.
I do apologize, Demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
I feel like that's not relevant.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Got him! Just kidding.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Ooh, we are moving location? Ooh, we are. Since we are at a different points, Smay, you redeemed a lore question. I have no idea what I want to ask. Oh, there's no rush at all. You can like save up your channel points and everything. Like, don't feel the need to just spend them. Just to spend them. Always be here. Oh wow. That was quite the jump. Oh, I love the music here. Lore question too expensive. Must save to force child leveling. You guys really want me to level up Pop-Tart, don't you? I remember telling one of my good friends, Viv, who I scream about. I also scream about lore too with. She asked me on her birthday to level up Tartaglia, and I declined. So therefore, if we have requests to level up Tartaglia, wait, there's a party. Oh wait, no, I can just do it here. This is so pretty. Ooh, I love this background. Sorry, I mean Tortuga Life. What? I'm at 68.1k. We are all saving up for him. Is there gonna be a collective effort to level him? And it's like just level him up to like level 3. See, I want to do like this team is cute, but this is like my exploration team. If this is story stuff, I'm going to be boring and do my other exploration team. Pong level 3. Listen.
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Here you are.
Oh, I forgot his words in English. Oh, none of that was necessary.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Who is that? Oh! Oh, I'll just do it again. Huh. I don't like the top of that hood because it reminds me of Dotore. Oh, a chest pop. Oh, this is so gorgeous.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Oh dear. I love me some Torterra. Okay, Turtwig is adorable. I do not know of the green man in which you speak. I am just little baby Archon, who does not have her gnosis. Oh, that's not ominous at all. I'm so sorry, Kim. I do not know who that person is. The water level is rising. So many gears.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Oh, I didn't get this. Unfortunately.
Lightning, purify! Dissipate!
Gotcha.
Flicker.
Take it easy. Quietly now.
Our bond is strong!
Yay, I got a chest. One day I will have Shinobu C6. One day. One day. I really wish Genshin gave us the ability to revisit these one-time domains like this. There are so many amazingly designed, beautifully designed domains, and we will never experience them again unless you do it on an account, like a new account again. So many gears. The gears of fate are in motion. Let's go. Ooh, dull blade, nice. I really wish there were books in here that I could take. It's 3 a.m. and I'm sleepy, but I really want to see a reaction to the ending. Oh my goodness, please go sleep. Your health and your rest is much more important. I promise. Like, I really want to make sure everyone's okay. I really appreciate it, but please rest.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Dissipate! I'll settle this!
Things are about to get dicey.
Here you are. The process of elimination.
We'll go to bed soon, promise? Okay. Just to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Let's see. Oh.
Whew. After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
Once at the end of a domain, my internet failed and the game disconnected before I could grab the chest. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victim.
You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible!
You discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who owned them within the depths of the headquarters. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that this was their final stop.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
Oh, many of them.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produced it.
It's super obvious.
I hope whoever did this trips on a sharp glass and fate happens to them. And karma happens to them? Absolutely. A popular potion, circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit. Excellent, now the traveler can drink all of it? No.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
I'm sorry, Paimon, but also...
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
I mean, we've
You
encountered
read the
Dottori
rest.
before.
Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here, Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
He is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Oh yes, Paimon's voice actor did a fantastic job. The fear and anxiety you hear in Paimon's voice. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Vinier.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There is always more than
In
meets
any
the
case,
eye.
Paimon will write it all down.
Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Oh, Paimon doesn't have her disguise on.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They definitely planned this.
They're all just so evil.
Poor Paimon. Clues concerning the Callus case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Jacques would do the deed and thus sent a third party to ensure Callus's death. The content that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent. Let's see. That one, that one. Examine the bottle. Oops. Oh, the pool.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
That must be water from the primordial sea.
That means
wow.
This is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating
This is so
evidence.
wild. Oh my goodness. The pool found within the headquarters is filled with water from the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly use it to dissolve people.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vache?
We haven't found anything that reveals his true identity.
Is it Marcel?
No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Really, at a time like this, Paimon?
Whoa,
Paimon,
really?
I found it though.
Let Paimon see. Vinier.
Oh.
Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
She made a list of baby names? Oh no.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Let's go, Paimon. We have to go.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
I didn't even realize there was a list of baby names because I accidentally skipped over it. A notebook belonging to the lady named Vinier. She records many stories in her time with her lover, Vache. On one of these pages, she prepared many names for their future child, and the name she settled on was Marcel. PG-13 game, by the way. I mean, hey.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
No.
So you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Honestly, I kind of feel bad for, like, Naviette here, because he's like, can people just stop running into the courtroom, like, during proceedings, please? Like, someone has to be like,
Just
please.
how often do you intend to flout the
Oh my
rules
God.
of this court?
It's like, I feel like at some point you get, like, frustrated with that.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you've never heard of Vache. Choose the most reasonable answer. Pretty sure. Oh, you know what? No. I'm very dumb. Don't overthink. Don't overthink. Don't overthink. What do you mean his voice done like it's not? I just was like, I feel like at some point.
The truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
You mean voice?
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Oh my.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
Silver's your baby girl? I understand.
Attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
Okay, I love all of you in chat, because I was doing the same thing. Like, he is trying to play victim, and he's like, there's no way he's trying to Uno reverse and be like, you guys are all to blame. I may have murdered and kidnapped multiple women, but I was in love, and you guys, like, not, like, what? Like, you're trying to gaslight people in court? Like, excuse me? This is so funny. Like, he was like, this is not my fault. You don't understand. It's your fault.
But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hello? He wants me to he wants me to hear of his own, like, he really does. Like, people can empathize with your pain of losing someone, but like, you can't we live in a society your way out of this. It doesn't work, dude.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
Oh my
God.
God.
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Can't dissolve.
Oh my
Do you
God.
all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me.
Respectfully, actually no, disrespectfully, Marcel, there are other steps you can take that don't involve any of this.
I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Yeah, like, it's so funny. I'm sorry, this is not supposed to be funny, but he's like, oh, yeah, can you guys, like, yeah, we need to stop this.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignier. Her promise. We made a promise. Vignier. Vignier.
Oh.
Please, Vignier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
I'll be completely honest, you guys. I completely forgot that Tartaglia was even here.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court.
Once again, while people can empathize what you're going through, this man was, I mean, he's just evil. And then the fact that he was easily just going to do this to Navia because she presented a challenge, quote unquote. I shouldn't even say challenge, it was just no regard for life whatsoever because he became so disillusioned.
Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Like the 3 claps. People were like, this is super dark. I don't know if I should clap.
The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Let's see the 3-star wish. Please stop.
According to the
You're
judgment
so
of the
mean.
oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves!
Herstory, you're so right.
Are you okay?
Navia? Like, Navia's gone through
Mademoiselle,
so
you were
much.
absolutely
Oh my
brilliant.
gosh.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Like, you know, she's very strong, and I know she'd get through this, but I would not blame her if she just, like, broke down.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Oh, I don't...
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Tartaglia is being so combative. Oh.
Please respect the laws.
This is
of
true. He
Fontaine.
isn't wrong.
This
but
has
like,
always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
oh?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
What?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
Wait,
Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
I'm so... Look, I'm not even, like, I'm not like one of the child girlies, but like, even like, what? He's guilty? Okay, the machine is interesting. That much I will say. So, what is going on?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh!
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
What? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, hello? Oh my gosh. What the? What?
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
He just one-shot Tartaglia. He got Nouvellette before he one-shot. What?
Hey, Monsieur Nouvellette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
What just happened? Tartaglia rightfully was like, I should not be guilty, and decided to fight against being detained. And then Nouvellette just one-shot him. Granted, Tartaglia did make him bleed. mean, okay. So, obviously, the biggest, like, theory in my belief is that Neviet is the Water Sovereign, or the Reborn one, or however you wish to... Like, because, okay, if Neviet is a dragon, specifically a sovereign, I could understand him one-shotting people, but like it was the manner of which, like, it blinked, Tartaglia was on the ground. Like, it makes sense considering like the power, but like, again, I just like, I'm also like, sorry, I keep saying like, because I'm just, this quest keeps taking me for a loop, but so, okay, the fact that Tartaglia scratched him, actually not just scratched him, made him bleed, makes me curious if Neuvillette like, this is a very powerful individual. But I'm curious, okay, again, this is assuming Neuvillette is the sovereign. Did he like recognize like the abyss energy that like Tartaglia has and it was like, no, we're stopping this now? Or could it just be like he just didn't want to do any more nonsense? Because mind you, Tartaglia was doing all of this without his vision and was just using his delusion, transformed, well, made an attempt to transform into his foul legacy. Like, I really do think, yeah, I think Neuvillette was just really annoyed. Okay, I don't want to say annoyed, but was like, you're not going to disrespect the court anymore. We are going to continue with the proceedings, and I'm going to stop you from escalating even further. And then just stopped everything. But like, oh my gosh. I have so many, wait. Because we saw, like, water particles from him. Does Neuvillette... No, he doesn't. To my understanding, he doesn't even have a vision on him.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court.
Oh my gosh. Like, respect... He is built different. That's... Because, like, mind you, again, assuming Neuvillette is, like, water dragon, we haven't even seen, like, Zhongli, like, fight. So, like, now I'm curious. Like, obviously, Zhongli is, like, Archon... Ex-Archon, in quotations. But, like, this is a lot for my heart right now. Because, truth be told, say what you want about Tartaglia, like, he's not just going to be going out like that, so...
All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
All I do is follow court procedures. That may or may not entail, knowing people who disrespect the court. No, because, like, you look at his design, he's clearly, like, yes, this is a character who is more than meets the eye. But it's the pupils, his ears, the amount of blue on him, his hair. Every character in this game who has, like, some characters have that ombre, but you know, when characters have certain highlights, they're of importance. So, like, to me, I don't know. I have many thoughts. I'm sorry. My brain is thinking about dragons and Neuvillette. Let's ask Furina.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Goodness. Is everything okay, Furina?
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Furina mean by that?
Goodness. So, her outburst right here. I feel like... Is she incredibly embarrassed because of how little she knows or can control?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
Irina tries so hard to save face. She's so proud. She is too proud. I love her, but... Like the blue... I want to say many things about Navette.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence.
She is so incredibly... It's so amusing to me how personal she took the fact that not only... Obviously, she did not understand and wants to quickly put on this false bravado of, yes, everything was by my design, knowing full well she's trying so, like, she's compensating. She's trying so hard.
Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Yeah, I completely agree. She tries so hard to appear that she has things in control, that she's competent, and that she's incredibly intelligent. And it's through that pride that will really bite her, assuming, I mean, it really hasn't already. But it's fine to love drama and be entertained by, you know, things. But in her case, we clearly see that this Hydro Archon is definitely compensating. And in time, I shall learn more about it.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
Absolutely not, Paimon. If his abyss sojourn? Oh, forgive me. If his abyss sojourn had him in contact with primordial water or broke some kind of seal, could be he wasn't responsible for the case, but his life is linked to the waters being obtainable. So when Tartaglia fell into the abyss, actually, I have like a thread just like open in a different tab because you know, we received new battle pass weapons. I think we have more insight onto exactly what's going on with Tartaglia in that regard. Yes, the whale. The lore of Tartaglia is the whale itself.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Also, I joked about this before, but once again, assuming that he is the water sovereign, can, like, the key figures in Tevat's history do a much better job of being, like, discreet. Like, Zhongli was, like, so, like, I'm definitely normal. Of course, Neuvillette is not trying to be like, I'm normal, but, like, look at him. Like, so, like, I look at him and I'm like, oh, okay. I think I know your deal. I received the— oh my gosh. Okay, I need a moment. Talk to him? I'm scared to talk to him. They literally went to the same school of, like, I'm totally just normal. Haha. Navia is best girl, and Clorinda has the shirt with the hardest working buttons. Oh, of course. See, I wouldn't wear your boots, but I respect them. Okay, I am nervous to talk to you, but I will talk to you.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
Oh, they just...
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
It is taking every fiber of my being not to scream right now. That power you just showed. Who are you? Me? I'm just the Chief Justice. I'm just the Chief Justice. Look at you. You're not just the Chief Justice. I will scream from the— you're not just the guy. You're not just the guy. Every character I like in this game is not just a guy. I refuse. Like, what?
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
Feeble Chief
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
He's like, oh, I have to make sure I have, like, the power to— ooh. Okay. I'm going to actually listen to his voice in all languages. So to those who may not be interested, I understand. But, like, I want to listen to his voice in all the languages. I'm just a feeble— literally, he's like, I'm a feeble scholar tease. No, you're not. I will respect your privacy, but when I look at you, sir, you are not just a Chief Justice. But of course, no one's gonna be like, hey, you look not, you know, normal. Like, no one's gonna say that.
那位莱特，你刚才压制公子的时候所展现出来的力量，你到底是什么人呀？
我当然是枫丹的最高审判官。执法者若没有与之相应的力量去执行，那么正义不过是空谈。
Do all dragons do this? Like, I'm totally normal. I'm sorry. It's so funny to me. I actually don't know what his Japanese voice sounds like.
お茶を。ヌビエット、さっきお前がタルタリアを取り押さえた時に見せた力。お前って一体何者なんだ？
ふん。ご存知の通り、私はフォンテーヌの最高審判官だ。法を執行する者は、それ相応の力を持つ必要がある。でなければ、正義を語ろうにも空論になってしまうからな。
He sounds so young in Japanese. Levi? Huh.
ルビエット, 아까 타르탈리아를 제압할 때 썼던 흰말인데 너 대체 정체가 뭐야?
무슨 말씀이신지. 당연히 전 폰타인의 최고 심판관입니다. 법의 집행자이기에 그만한 힘이 없으면 정의를 논할 자격이 없죠.
Now, if I may, if I speak, I play this game usually in Korean, so I was like, let me listen to this point. Locking all of my doors and windows? What do you mean? He would respectfully, he would knock on your front door. Something evil is going to happen? Why? I'll listen to him one more time. It's a shame that because he's not linked to the Akasha, I can't read his mind. Because I would be Nahida.
루비에트, 아까 타르탈리아를 제압할 때 썼던 흰말인데 너 대체 정체가 뭐야?
무슨 말씀이신지. 당연히 전 폰타인의 최고 심판관입니다. 법의 집행자이기에 그만한 힘이 없으면 정의를 논할 자격이 없죠.
Okay. Thank you for your information, sir. He sounds so hot, help! Do we need to call an ambulance? But not for him. You're very blue, sir. Okay, I will leave you alone. Waving a fan like a French model. Let's take pictures. Ooh, I'm actually so... Do I want to take a picture next to him? To commemorate the journey? I'm already gone. I'm making an OC just for him. The hospital's taking me straight to the ward. I support you. Definitely show your OC. I love OCs so much. I'm going to take a picture. Oh, who do I... You know what? Hello, fellow human. Hello, other fellow human. This is so funny to me. Like, look at these two. This is Hoyoverse being like, hello, do you also like totally normal men? Do you like these totally normal characters? Also, I believe it's his boots, but I think Novelette's taller than Zhongli. But it could also just be the angle. So, like, you know. Let me just, yoink!
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
They are right there. Yeah, he does. He has, like, little booties. I mean, they're actually thigh highs, but... This is so important. This is very important.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Dad's in the kids' recital. Oh my gosh. Actually, on that note... I already have Zhongli.
Let's finish this swiftly.
I must see how all of them look.
Well, this ought to be entertaining.
Let's get down to business.
Look at this team comp. This team comp.
Ready when you are.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. The Archon quest is very important, but this is so funny to me. I mean, they're making it kind of difficult because they're releasing more and more characters. Let's get down to business. Like, what do you mean, sir? Oh, I'm actually not really going to use it. I have the sudden urge to place Xiao next to him. If you want, I will actually just... Let me see. Because I was just like joking around with like different characters. You know what? Hold on.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Excellent team comp. Let's go. A dragon next to a bird. He could like hold her hand. Oh my gosh. This is so funny. The babies. What if you like use an attack on him and he just one-shots you and you reload at the beginning of the opera? Okay, I'll be serious. Actually, I'm curious now because like Xiao canonically like is short. Characters like Ito make jokes about it. And like, I mean, his name can also be read as small. So like, okay, the height in this game is just... Xiao says it's not a phase. Yes. All right, let me go back to... What was the team I was just on? I don't even remember. Oh, oopsies. Goodbye. I was tempted to listen to his voice one more time in Korean, but I also didn't want to have like a Nuviet jump scare for everyone's in chat. Hi, oh, hi Malik, how are you doing? How's the Archon quest going? Finished Act 1 and now I'm gonna do Act 2. It is amazing. I love this game. I love the story.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It had something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro
The fountain
element.
of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
Okay, now I'm going to bed. I've seen what I wanted to see. Have fun. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you had a comfy time. I really appreciate seeing you. I hope I wasn't as... Like, I hope you just enjoyed yourself. Thank you so much.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Okay.
Very well. I
Okay.
will grant your request.
Okay. Where's that vine of that guy saying, okay? That's how I feel right now.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's just a normal adult man, y'all. I have no idea why y'all are so suspicious. You know what? You're right. I'm actually delusional. You're right. Like, all this time I thought he was more, but he is in fact just the Chief Justice. Because that's all that he is. Chief Justice. Also, he was like, oh hey, you can ensure that there will be no, like, no plans of escape. Could you imagine trying to run away from the... Wait, that's so unfair, because if he's like the water sovereign, like, can he... Okay, he's like master waterbender, right? So he could just like sense you wherever you are because of the water droplets in the sky. You just can't escape him. Like, he easily one-shot Tartaglia, so like you could never just get away from him. That's horrifying to think about. All humans refer to other humans as humans when talking about other humans. Yeah. You know, you understand humankind. You understand. No, like, I don't think he would actually bloodbend. But, I mean, he's incredibly powerful, clearly. So... He's very human. You're very aware of how these humans... Yeah, humans are so interesting. I'm honestly tempted to just switch back to Korean. Should I keep it in English, or should I switch to Korean?
Surprise!
I think I'll just... Yeah, I miss having the like, I'm just so used to my game being in Korean.
여기 있어.
여기라고? 여기서 어떻게 뭘 해야 그녀를 만날 수 있는 거지?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
맞아. 그걸 마셨더니 나도 그 소리가 들렸어. 아까 무대에서 잔뜩 마셨으니까 아마 너도...
다시...
맞아! 이 소리야! 너도 들리는구나?
비녀르, 나야! 바세라고! 비녀르!
바세...
그래, 나 여기 있어. 어디 있는 거야, 비녀르? 내가 지금 당장 찾으러 갈게.
잠깐! 조심해! 이봐!
비네르, 너야? 나야, 비네르. 나 바세야.
바쉐, 왜 왔어? 내가 말했잖아. 오지 말라고. 많이 늙었구나. 시간이 얼마나 지난 거야?
벌써 20년도 넘었어. 네가 떠난 그날부터 20년 넘게 견뎌왔다고.
I will pause the scene because there is an ad playing. Goodness. It's Archon quest. Oh my goodness. Like, I went from screaming to being happy to being sad, being more sad, to being okay, to being uncomfortable. Now I don't know how I feel. Goodness. Let me show you. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I am on the second Archon quest. Many things happened.
그동안 널 되돌리기 위해서만 살았어. 다른 건 내게 아무 의미도 없었지. 난 지금 꿈을 꾸고 있는 건가? 내 마음을 너에게 전할 날이 올 줄이야. 비니에르, 넌 내 전부야. 너 없이 난 어떻게 살아가야 할지 모르겠어.
나는 바쉐, 네가 없었으면 좋겠어.
Wow. I mean, someone had to tell him.
무슨 말이야?
너만 없었다면 난 법 공부를 마치고 인류 대리인이 됐을지도 몰라.
It's the song. It's the song. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh.
너만 없었다면 난 화가의 꿈을 이어가며 언젠가 멜모니아 궁을 내 그림으로 채웠을 거야. 네가 없었다면 최소한 엄마 곁을 지켰을 텐데 홀로 외롭게 눈물을 흘리며 돌아가시게 되지 않았겠지? 다 너의 이기심 때문이야, 바쉐! 다 너 때문이라고!
뭐? 잠깐, 넌 비니에르가 아니야. 넌 누구냐?
맞아, 난 비니에르가 아니야. 나는 희생양이지. 네 손에 죽은 소녀들의 의식은 육체와 함께 사라져 원시 바다로 돌아왔어. 우리의 의식은 바닷속을 돌고 돌아 바다에 모여든 물줄기처럼 하나가 됐지.
Oh, the music.
난 클라리스이자 리모니이며 아스나이지만 비니에르는 아니지.
어째서? 그럼 비니에르는?
널 만나고 싶지 않대. 그녀의 모든 의식이 널 피하고 있어.
I support her, queen.
네 이기심이 불러온 결과야. 넌 우리의 삶을 앗아간 주제에 그녀를 위해 뭐든 하겠다 말했지. 하지만 정작 비니에르가 그걸 원하는지, 이런 너에게 실망하지 않을지는 미처 생각을 못했나 봐.
나는
넌 거짓말쟁이이자 살인마이고 자아도취에 빠진 겁쟁이야. 하지만 절대 비니에르가 사랑하는 사람은 아니지. 네가 죽인 첫 번째 소녀의 의식이 비니에르와 융합된 순간부터 그녀는 널 증오했어.
It looks like I didn't meet Venier back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning. Oh boy.
아니야. 비니에르가 날 증오하다니. 제발, 제발 비네르를 만나게 해줘.
아직도 모르겠어? 내가 날 찾으러 오지 말라고 했었지. 그게 진짜 비네르의 뜻이야. 널 만나길 거부하고 있으니까. 하지만 다른 뜻도 있어. 너에 대한 마지막 연민이랄까? 네가 이곳에 오면 우리가 널 놓아주지 않을 거란 걸 알고 있거든. 다시, 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 다시. 죽어버려.
I'm clapping. Good for them. That was so dark, and I loved every moment of it. Drown.
이제야 거리를 천천히 둘러볼 수 있겠네. 이런 한가로운 분위기는 정말 오랜만이야.
I'm so... It's raining. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, the music. Oh my god, please. Oh my gosh. Okay, like, I'm so... Like, they got their retribution, and it's like, yes, that is very much a serve, but like... It's like, it's retribution for the victims, but it still doesn't take away the fact that, like, this is so sad. So sad.
파트너, 오늘 아침 눈 뜰 때 기분이 좋더라니. 이렇게 너희를 만나려고 그랬구나.
이런 날씨도 아가씨의 기분을 망칠 수 없나 보군요.
또 뵙게 돼서 기쁩니다.
나비야잖아. 안 그래도 며칠 못 봤더니 보고 싶었다고.
그래? 그 말 믿어줄게. 나처럼 합이 잘 맞고 항상 승리를 가져다주는 파트너는 당연히 소중히 여겨줘야지.
기분이 좋은가 보네. 그동안 뭐하고 지냈어?
바빠 죽는 줄 알았다니까. 심판이 끝나고 푸아송 마을과 폰타인 성을 여러 번 오갔거든.
Like, it's like, I don't even feel good, really. Like, it's like, I am very happy that the victims got their retribution. That was a very powerful scene. But every time it rains in Fontaine, I am so sad. And I don't want to cry. Like, oh. Like, after everything, the Sovereign still cries for humanity.
가시장미회에서 아버지를 위한 추모회를 열어드렸어. 당시엔 명예가 실추된 상황이었으니 추모회를 열어봤자 아무도 오지 않을 거라 했거든. 이번엔 푸아송 마을 사람들과 소문을 듣고 찾아온 폰타인성 사람들이 추모회에 참여해줬어.
칼라스의 명예가 완전히 회복됐구나. 정말 잘됐다.
아가씨께서 줄곧 바라셨던 일이죠.
역시 아버지를 믿길 잘했어. 포기하지 않아서 다행이야.
Once again, I do really appreciate the symbolism that comes with rain. It is sadness, but it is also clarity. But there's still that bittersweet aspect to it. It's like, it's very, very sad, very emotional, and the darkest moments incredibly depressing, but there is and will always be hope. It's just so incredibly important to have empathy, and the Sovereign expresses that through rain. At least that's my interpretation anyway. Before I go off into the distance and cry.
그러다 나중에 추모 회장을 나오자마자 샤를로트에게 붙잡혔어. 아휴, 사실 그 애가 올 걸 예상했어. 날 순순히 놔줄 리가 없지.
응? 너도 스팀보드의 샤를로트랑 아는 사이였어?
맞아. 내가 막 가시장미회 보스 자리에 올랐을 때도 엄청 붙잡고 늘어졌었지. 그래서 결국 깊은 어둠 속의 심장, 노란 장미의 비밀이라는 기사를 냈어.
Oh my god, I forgot about Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte was the first one. Was like, hey, you know, I've been like really looking into this, you know, case about the serial killer. Kind of crazy. There were so many disappearances. Anyway, bye. Like,
날 엄청 멋있게 묘사해주긴 했더라고. 그때부터 제법 친하게 지내왔지. 이번에도 친하다는 걸 핑계로 소녀 연쇄 실종 사건에 단독 인터뷰를 하고 싶다고 찾아온 거였어.
맞아! 안 그래도 소녀 연쇄 실종 사건에 관심 있다고 들었거든. 샤를로트도 소원 성취했네.
너희가 가장 중요한 단서를 가져오는 부분도 멋있게 써달라고 미리 말해뒀다고.
흐흐, 기대되는걸. 샤를로트의 필력은 믿을 수 있지.
참, 클로린드에게 식사도 대접했어.
뭐? 둘이
Oh?
화해한 거야?
he took her out for a meal.
너희가 본부에서 한창 단서를 찾고 있을 때 클로린드가 법정에서 아버지를 위해 증언을 해줬거든. 덕분에 전세를 좀 역전시킬 수 있었어. 그래서 계속 어색하게 지낼 수도 없으니까 이 기회에 화해하자 싶었지.
응, 잘 됐네. 클로린드가 나쁜 사람 같진 않았어. 친구는 많을수록 좋잖아.
아무튼 드디어 사건이 일단락됐어. 이제 소녀 연쇄 실종 사건도 점점 사람들에게 잊혀지겠지? 그러고 보니 할 일이 하나 더 남아있었네?
뭔데?
아버지께 성묘하러 가려고. 이야기의 결말과 진실을 들려드려야지. 여전히 사람들이 아버지를 사랑하고 있다고도 말해드릴 거야. 나도 그렇고.
나비야 아가씨.
그렇고 말고요.
May I come as well?
응, 우리도 가고 싶어. 클라스는 정말 존경스러운 사람이라고 생각해.
좋지. 너희를 소개해드릴게. 내 파트너들이 없었다면 이런 결말도 없었을 테니까.
그럼 바로 출발하시죠. 요즘 날씨가 날씨인 만큼 어두워지기 전에 푸아송 마을로 돌아가야 하니까요.
응. 그러고 보니 요즘 계속 비가 내리네. 아버지가 계신 묘지야. 나도 간만에 와보네.
누가 먼저 와 있는데? 저건 설마...
Now I'm just...
누비에트잖아. 심판관이 여긴 무슨 일이지? 나비야.
Okay. I'm laughing because I can't. At the grave? Like it's been raining for like multiple days and he's at the grave? Oh my gosh.
미리 양해를 구하고 왔어야 하는데 미안합니다.
Like, you should have asked before coming to pay your respects? Oh my gosh. I don't know how long Nuviet has been here. They said it's been raining for multiple days and he's just over this grave. I think I'm going to like explode.
그런 말 마세요.
죄송합니다.
사과하지 말란 뜻이었어요.
Like he's a Like he has so much guilt. Like oh my gosh.
아버지께 제가 성장한 모습을 보여드리고 싶지만 이 나라의 최고 심판관에게 사과받을 정도까지는 아니라고요.
알겠습니다. 그럼 우선 사과는 하지 않겠습니다.
아, 역시나 꽉 막힌 분이네요, 느비에트님은. 그래서 무슨 일로 오신 거예요?
그날 이후로 정의란 무엇인지 줄곧 고민했습니다. 인간에게 목숨보다 더 소중한 게 있다는 걸 한때는 믿지 못했죠. 아니, 인간이 생물로서의 본능과 생명의 규칙에 저항하며 무언가를 목숨보다 소중히 여길 수 있을 거라 믿지 않았습니다. 그게 그때 당신의 아버지가 결투장에 오르는 것을 막지 않은 이유이기도 하고요. 죄가 없는 자가 삶을 포기할 리는 없다고 생각했어요. 세상에 존재하는 것보다 중요한 건 없다고, 그래야만 한다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 칼라스 씨가 제 생각을 완전히 뒤집어 버리셨죠. 그의 희생이 없었다면 소녀 연쇄 실종 사건은 풀리지 않았을 겁니다. 칼라스 씨는 가족을 위해, 주변 사람들을 위해, 심지어 자신과 무관한 사람들을 위해 그런 선택을 하셨죠. 돌이켜보니 그 모든 게 정의를 위한 것이었던 겁니다.
I am bawling my eyes out right now. Like the fact that he has cried, whether his model shows it or not, the fact that it has been raining constantly, learning how many women have died, her father dying, like how corrupt this, I don't even want to say the word corrupt, that's not correct, but like for failing to help where it mattered. Like how unfair so much of this was. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I just keep repeating myself. I'm so sorry.
생명보다도 중요한 정의 말입니다. 저에게 왜 왔냐고 물으셨죠. 칼라스 씨에게 사과하고 싶었습니다. 제가 더 빨리 알아차렸어야 했어요.
Like the Oratrice's verdict is like the final verdict. And like the reality that an innocent man died due to a flawed justice system. And like
그 사실이 절 슬프고 괴롭게 했습니다.
I am a sobbing mess about a water dragon man. Help me. Oh my gosh. Like the amount of guilt in Rain.
오페라 하우스의 그 높은 자리에선 역시 많은 게 보이지 않는군요. 그간 고생 많으셨습니다. 가시장미의 여러분.
전에 화풀이해서 죄송해요.
You were so valid in how you
당신은
felt.
겉보기엔 차갑지만 속으론 혼자 고민이 아주 많은 타입이었군요. 실버라는 제 부하와 닮았어요.
미안합니다. 제 생각을 표현하는 게 익숙하지 않아서요.
Self-expression is not one of my strong suits, he says when he has like 3 expressions physically. Playovers can't keep like I don't even know what to say right now. Like I genuinely feel so bad for
아, 사과하지 말라니까요.
나비아랑 느비에트도 화해한 것 같지? 외부인은 일단 빠져주자. 조금 이따 다시 오지 뭐. 됐다. 성묘는 잘 안 해봤는데 실수한 건 없겠지?
It stopped raining. You're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave. To be fair, if Paimon started walking around, I think that would scare a lot of people. Oh.
뭐? 그런 규칙이 있었어? 그치만 내가 원래 이런 걸 어떡해. 나비아가 화내지 않았으면 좋겠네.
Aww.
참! 느비에트가 아직 저기 있는 것 같아. 모처럼인데 찾아가 볼까? 무레시는 만나기 힘들지만 느비에트랑 얘기하는 건 괜찮겠지?
I'm nervous. I don't want to talk to. I'm sad. Oh wait, where is this? I wonder if this location, if it stays. I want. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm not pinning. See if I can come back here.
저기 미안해 나비야. 방금 내가 너무 무례했지?
응? 무슨 말이야, 페이몬?
성묘할 때 날면 안 된다며.
뭐? 누가 그래?
야, 여행자. 너 또 나 놀린 거야?
Aw, that's so cute. Aw. Is that the only dialogue? Okay, yeah, I think it.
저기
Okay.
무슨
성묘할 때
뭐?
I must exhaust all
야,
dialogue. I hope you
여행자.
can understand. Okay. Ah.
잔재주일 뿐이야.
Wait. Oh, so he's looking in the direction of like this dragon or serpent corpse in the distance. Maybe beyond.
아, 두 분이군요. 나비아 씨와 함께 오신 겁니까?
아까 우연히 만나서 우리도 따라왔어.
그렇습니까? 제겐 무슨 볼일이시죠?
아, 그게 평소에 넌 무진장 바쁘잖아. 이렇게 만난 것도 인연인데 뭐 좀 물어보려고.
물론입니다. 외부인임에도 폰타인의 중대한 사건을 해결해 주셨으니 보답을 드려야죠.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I'm going to wait because there is an ad. Le Petit. You did not just call it Dragon Spine? Please help. I don't know if they have the same rules as C-dramas in the sense that immortal characters would get their dragon bones taken and not be able to transform, only to stay human. Interesting. I mean, perhaps that could be, but I have many questions for him, but I like, hey, do you know anything about those dragon bones over there? I personally am very curious. Once again, if you see me screaming about him on Twitter, no, you didn't.
법정에서 범죄 조직이 그걸 원시 모태 바다의 물이라고 부르던데 그게 정확히 뭐야?
Me personally, I just asked him if he was the Hydro Sovereign just to see his reaction. I mean, he has a, like I say this affectionately, question mark. He has like an RBF, so I feel like if anything, his like eyebrows would raise, but then he'd be like, I am Chief Justice of Fontaine. He goes to the school of like dragons that pretend to be normal. Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales.
그렇게 불러도 무방합니다. 바시의 조직은 상세한 조사를 통해 그 개념을 알아낸 거겠죠. 이 별에는 특수한 바다가 있었습니다. 그 바닷물의 수질은 오늘날 우리가 보는 바다와 달랐죠. 티바티의 대다수 생명이 그 바다에서 탄생했습니다. 이 별에 수많은 생명을 낳았다고 할 수 있겠군요.
그래서 원시 모태 바다구나. 제법 맞는 말이네.
Do you know anything about the primordial
하지만
one?
그 바다는 더 이상 이 별의 표면에 존재하지 않습니다. 바시의 일행이 발견한 건 특별한 사례이거나 고대의 잔재였을 테죠.
그렇구나. 넌 아는 게 참 많네. 그러면 인간, 아니 폰타인 사람은 어째서 그 바닷물에 녹는 거야?
생명을 창조하고 탄생시킨 원시 바다가 어째서 역으로 생명을 집어삼키는 걸까요? 제 상식에 어긋나는 현상입니다. 폰타인 사람들에게 분명 특별한 비밀이 있을 테죠. 또 궁금한 게 있습니까?
There is much about this world and its laws that I do not understand. Okay. Going to the Zhongli school of having a massive knowledge of ancient things that are barely recorded in books. Havat has its own quote-unquote laws about the prophecy that has been circulating about Fontaine.
해수면이 상승하면 모두 바다에 용해될 것이며 풀이나 많이 남아 눈물을 흘릴 것이고 비로소 폰타인 사람의 죄가 씻겨나갈 것이다. 대충 이런 내용의 예언 말입니까?
맞아! 리니가 말해줬는데 대충 그런 뜻이었어.
지금 상황으로 봤을 때 예언을 직시할 때가 온 것 같군요. 그 예언이 폰타인의 전대 물의 신이 죽기 전에 남긴 말에서 왔다는 소문이 있죠.
Oh my.
전대 물의 신이 남긴 예언이라고? 그 얘긴 처음 듣는 걸.
해수면 상승과 폰타인 사람의 용해, 벌써 두 가지가 들어맞았으니 또 다른 징조가 있는지 경계할 필요가 있습니다. 그러고 보니 프리나가 그 예언을 무척 신경 쓰는 것 같았습니다. 티바트 곳곳에서 정보를 모으는 것 같더군요. 소문이 사실이라면 전대 물의 신이 프리나에게 남긴 난제일지도 모르겠네요.
물의 신이 정말 해결할 수 있을까?
또 궁금한 게 있습니까?
So Fiorina is desperately trying to understand and investigate this prophecy to presumably protect her people, or the people that were under the former Hydro Archon. I feel like this could be presumptuous to say, but a part of me really feels like it just reminds me a lot of like Nahida and Urukadabata having big shoes to fill, so they're trying to do things like, yeah, that's a lot. Oh yeah, I almost called him Pop Talia. What about Pop Tart?
죄송하지만 아직 조사 결과가 나오지 않았습니다. 하지만 게시판 결장치가 이유 없이 그런 판정을 내놨을 거란 생각은 들지 않습니다.
뭐? 하지만 넌 그때 무죄 판결을 내렸잖아.
그동안 게시판 결장치가 기계적으로 제 판결을 따라 해온 게 아니란 걸 잘 압니다. 그건 신이 만든 장치로서 정의를 향한 사람들의 믿음을 통합해왔죠. 강력한 판결 에너지를 생성할 뿐 아니라 일종의 자의식을 갖고 있을지도 모릅니다. 그러니까 이번처럼 판결이 엇갈리는 상황은 이미 각오하고 있었다는 얘기입니다.
그러고 보니 리니가 그랬어. 게시 판결 장치에 코어가 있는 방에서 사람의 목소리를 들었다고.
그런 일이 있었군요. 제 추측을 뒷받침할 증거가 될지도 모르니 조사 범위에 포함시키겠습니다. 어찌됐든 전 게시 판결 장치의 판정엔 그만한 이유가 있을 거라 생각합니다. 다만 단서를 찾지 못했을 뿐이죠. 그때 당시 프리나의 반응으로 봤을 때 아마 본인도 모를 겁니다. 그래서 그런 허세를 부리며 연기한 거죠. 하지만 우리는 조사를 계속할 겁니다. 진실을 찾을 때까지 그 우인단 집행관은 메로피드 요새에 있을 수밖에 없을 것
So he's
같군요.
just over there with like.
결백이 밝혀진다면 최대한의 보상을 드릴 수 있게 하겠습니다.
지금 그 녀석한텐 너랑 있는 힘껏 싸우는 게 최대의 보상일걸?
You are absolutely correct,
또
Paimon.
궁금한 게 있습니까?
Do you think it is related to the reason why he's guilty, though? I do, personally. Like, Tartaglia is going to have so much fun fighting all of the convicts in the fortress. He really is. About my
당신의
sibling.
가족 말입니까? 또 다른 금발의 여행자라. 죄송하지만 본 적 없습니다. 만약 가족분이 폰타인에 오셨다면 폰타인의 법을 준수하신 덕분에 오페라 하우스와 인연이 없었던 거겠죠. 또 궁금한 게 있습니까?
Pretty much answered everything that we could ask him. Because about my sibling, it's like we have no indication about, like, I have no more questions.
네, 질문에 답할 수 있어 영광이었습니다. 아주 즐거운 대화였어요. 좀 더 이곳의 적막감을 즐기다 멜모니아 궁으로 돌아가야겠군요.
느비에트는 정말 바쁘구나. 오늘 일부러 휴가 내고 온 줄 알았는데.
죄는 쉬지 않으니 정의도 쉴 수 없죠. 심판관이란 그런 직업입니다.
그래, 확실히 그렇지. 그러고 보니 비가 멎었네?
I should be given the option to hug Nuviet. I should be able to do that. I think I should be able to do that. That's quest. Actually, no, I won't do that because I probably would. Just the thought of doing that just stresses me out, so never mind. Oh my god, it's so... What? Oh, and now they're all unlocking. This, okay. Okay, so yeah, I can't, that is brave. See you in 6 weeks for more Nuviet. Oh, look, that's the thing, because like I'm torn because like I'm an Archon collector, so like I want to get Furina, but like I need to figure out what like is his name actually pronounced Risley? I don't, because I've been calling him Rio. So am I assuming real? I will neither confirm nor deny. I will just say I will be playing the game when he's releasing. But Roth, is he like the jail warden? Yes. But Archons rerun all the time. Okay, but like Furina though. Like I've heard of I just need to, because I need to just double check with his name. I literally like listened to like, this is how you're supposed to pronounce it. And I just completely forget. I've been calling him Rio. Rico? Or Ri? Yeah. It's such an old and unused name now that there's no actual agreed upon pronunciation, to be honest. That's fair. That's so fair because I'm like, I've been seeing so many different pronunciations. I myself keep pronouncing his name differently. Like I look at it and I'm like, oh, is that Rio Tesley? And then people are like, no, it's Risley. And then someone else is like, actually it's pronounced like this. So I'll just do my best. But on the topic of that quest, I don't think I've really been that emotional like during a quest for a little bit. Like Kari Bear like shook me, but this one was truly something because we will be reunited is up there. The the Requiem of the Echoing, the Dainsliff Chasm quest. So call him Leslie. Someone on Reddit shared a list of all the names people have been calling him instead of his actual name. It's a really long list. That's actually so funny. But no, I'm so curious. Like, just looking over there. So, I obviously need to do... I have so much to do. Like, I really want to do this world quest. But I also have all of these quests too. And I also have these to do. Like, I have so much of a backlog, guys. Like, I'm overwhelmed. But the... oh my goodness. Okay, well, the Steam Bird is related to Mona, so I'm absolutely going to do this. I personally really look forward to the world quest in Fontaine. And I also love the fact that they're not really being subtle about Nuvia at all. Because he does, similarly like with, even though Zhongli is like better at it, like just being like, oh yes, humans. I always thought that humans are, there's much of this world I do not understand. Like, okie dokie.
Surprise.
The famous Genshin cop Wahlberg? What? But like, I'm trying to see, because naturally for me, I want to do them in order. Like, I would just do Dihia's and then Baishu's, then Yoimiya's, then get to Linny's. But since we're in Fontaine, it's like, ooh, I would like to do Linny's story quest. But of course, you know, it'll be for a separate day, of course. Maybe he gets away with all the human stuff because of his relationship with the Melusines in Fontaine. That's also true. But on that note, I think I'm going to end the stream there, guys. That was an amazing Archon quest. I am so sorry you got to hear me cry and screech and ramble, but it truly was a fantastic Archon quest. I am so happy I finally got around to it, did 1 and 2. And I have a lot to not only revisit, but that I want to analyze myself personally, just because of how amazing it was. Again, I loved it. And I'm very excited that we're finally here in Fontaine. I really am. So thank you guys so much for all the follows. Thank you for once again putting up with me, and I look forward to talking to you all again. But I am going to call it there, and thank you guys so much again. Have a good evening. Bye.